We doing it because we can. Anyways, let me go live on YouTube real quick. Uh-huh. 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 Yeah. Oh, there it is. There it is. I guess we remove this though. It's no longer the holidays. So that's kind of It's gone. Can I test? I don't know. I don't know how we're gonna lay out keys. I don't know how we're gonna do that. Anyways, are we live on YouTube? Yes. Okay, it's go time. Yeah. Let me open up the Trello. I want to mess around with this just because I think it'd be a fun thing, and I've always been interested in coming up with some runtime, real-time volume, like audio kind of stuff, and coming up with my own thing could be really cool. So we're gonna put real-time audio volume diffusion, our own little terminology that we created. Maybe we work a little bit on this because I think that could be fun. Yeah. Basically, the overall goal is when we're near a doorway, there is less low pass and the volume increases slightly more. And then the further you are in to the volume or the space, then the less of the exterior that you hear. And then possibly if we could do windows, it would be really cool to have like windows affecting the space and whatnot. So then we can basically emulate you being at an open doorway. And maybe it'll sound cool. The only problem is we don't have too much control. We could just say increase the volume throughout, right? We can't somehow like, as far as I know currently, I can't like somehow make it so I only hear sound effects that are like maybe around the corner or whatnot. You know what I mean? So that kind of sucks. That kind of sucks, but I think it'll be a good change. It'll make it feel less of a crazy transition going from interior and exterior. You know what I mean? See how much of a crazy difference that is, even though it makes no sense? I would say when the door closes, sure. But it's something I'd like to toy with. I remember I did see a video. Let me see if I can find it. UE4 real-time audio bouncing. Or audio... I forget what the word was. There's a video. I remember watching a video a long time ago, and I even showed you guys in the past. What the fuck is going on? What the fuck is this? Dude, how did it devolve into... What? Audio... What's the term? Real-time audio... It's not spatialization. It's audio reverb. I don't know. I think it's reverb. Maybe it's not reverb. No, not attenuation. Oh, here it is. Dynamic reverb. They use terminologies like slapback, intensity, gain, material density, of average reflection time. I'm pretty sure this stuff... You can actually adjust these nodes in runtime. What golden? Now, I could just use Steam Audio. I think Steam Audio has a... let me search it up. Steam Audio. Like, we could use Steam Audio. Yeah, combine accurate occlusion, reflection, reverb, and HRTF effects. How many games use Steam audio? Yeah, real-time sound propagation. I think none. Steam audio is so bad for performance. Really? What's the what's the performance impact of it? I guess it's because it has to do all the ray tracing or whatever, all the traces and whatnot. Dynamic reverb, isn't that just adding a bunch of reverb volumes? No, when it comes to like dynamic, I don't know what the terminology would be, like dynamic reflections and whatnot, it's literally like they're doing traces onto all of your physical surfaces in your space, and that it is basically determining what kind of reflection and whatnot would occur. So like in this example, metal becomes a very reflective material. So you hear this like kind of metallic sound and whatnot. But then when you go out in the open, you don't really hear it as much. And generally with this kind of thing, it makes it so when you're going through a hallway, it feels like it's an actual hallway, not just random static reverb. Like it actually like bounces based off of where you are in the space. Now, we kind of had that with Resonance, which is the Google one. But man, I could not get that shit to work the way I wanted it to. Yeah, there's a crack in the glass panel in my case. Dude, honestly, I think glass on a PC case is overrated. I have glass on my case, I think. And honestly, I would just give me a metal plate, man. Just give me a metal plate, because I don't even... Literally, the glass is against the wall. Like, I can't even see inside of the PC. I don't care for it. Just give me a metal. Why are you making friendslop, not my dream game where it's like Resident Evil Remake 2 but with PS1 graphics? Hey, quick question. Why are you not making that? Okay, motherfucker. Okay, have you thought about that? Why are you not making that? Yeah. Anyways, I'm curious because I'm pretty sure... So there's a thing in the audio system where you can actually modify a bunch of these values already. Yeah, he's doing this all entirely in Blueprint in UE427, which means he's using something to modify this. I just don't remember. Wait. Oh, he's sharing it. I just want to know what are the nodes that he's using, because I'm just curious. Yeah, Fmod had it. I think I fucked around with Fmod's version, but I really don't want to get another license of Fmod for this project. I honestly kind of just want to stay away from any sort of middleware audio. Like, even though it could be good, but I just, dude, I can't be fucking bothered. I'm curious what nodes he's using. Slap back intensity. Can I, like, let's see if we could search up slap back and if we'll find... I wonder... This is a completely different thing. This stuff here. I'm not sure. I still understand what these Wise, Fmod, other things actually do. It kind of separates, it allows any audio technicians or whatever, people doing audio on the team to not have to go in engine, and they do everything separately in a different place. it makes it so much easier to create music transitions. At least, okay, for what we did for Suit for Hire, we only use Fmod for the music. And it was really great because we could use parameters and stuff like that to transition into other music sections or tracks or like action tracks. And then on top of that, you can make it so it transitions on the beat. You could do a bunch of stuff like that. There's a whole bunch of like parameter modifier stuff for like low passing and like all these kind of effects that you want to do. Yeah. Yeah, no, that's the idea of Basiator. But I also think if I wanted to, we could, instead of using a reverb volume or whatnot, we could use this as a way of determining exterior volume, possibly. But, yeah. Doesn't the engine itself have those kind of things? There's very basic stuff for that. But Fmod-wise, whatnot, definitely goes a lot deeper into those things. Yeah. Just different workflow. I would say there's different tools. Unreal has some stuff for changing audio on the beat and whatnot, but it's not as intuitive as it is with like Fmod. Because Fmod can also do an entire crossfade. You literally just set a parameter and then kablamo, it'll immediately crossfade whenever needed on the beat to go into the next section and whatnot. It did make making more dynamic music a lot easier for Suit for Hire. I swear, how do you... I almost kind of want to grab this, but it's just a UAsset file, which doesn't help us. Valentino, I'm planning on buying Suit for Hire. I want to know, how are you doing more updates on the game and how long are you going to work on it? We have one more update planned, but there's no like added content. It's like quality of life stuff, a bunch of bug fixes, improvements. There's like some like content stuff, like adding different sound effects and stuff, but I wouldn't really consider that content. So I wouldn't, Valentino, if you're hoping that there's going to be more content added to the game, I won't lie to you in saying that there probably won't be. So if anything, maybe wait for a higher percentage sale if you want to. It's completely up to you. But I have no plans of doing any updates. If I do an update, it's just because I randomly felt like doing it. Oh my god, that was loud. Yeah, it's cool. These kind of systems, though, I feel like are pretty expensive. It's pretty expensive. Like, I'm pretty sure what he's doing is like a bunch of line traces. I swear I remember seeing what the nodes are for these, for the reflections. Either that or he's replaying sound effects, but in reflected points. And then maybe that's the way he's doing it. I don't know. That would be crazy. I'm curious just what kind of nodes he's using. Like, there's no way it's just like reverb. Oh wait, it might be. Wait, it actually might be. You might just be getting an effect and then setting the settings. I think it's right there, the convolution reverb. It might be this. I don't think it's reverb settings because I've looked at this. It's just this stuff. Hold on, let me put the music back on. Put the beats back on. What's this, Basiator? Yeah, I remember this video. It's a fun video. It's a great video. I think we watched it on stream. I think we did. I think we watched it on stream if I remember correctly. What's 21 minus 12? 69? I don't know. Bring back 69, the better number. So this has settings. I can't right click it because my Unreal has for some reason changed my controls. Thank you, Unreal. Wet, dry, bypass, no. There is a, I remember there is a thing actually. This might be it right here. So what he's taking is, I think he's taking the reflections and then modifying these settings. He's probably modifying a submix in runtime. And I think that's probably what he's doing. Now we've tried resonance. Like, we could probably give resonance more of a try, but I don't know how I feel about. It's just kind of jank feeling. Kind of jank feeling. Kind of janky feeling. Anyways, I want to make my own super basic version for our reverb. Here's what I'm thinking. How can we determine if the player is within the space? Well, for one, we can check where they are within the volume. That will allow us to check if they're on the edge or not. And then we can maybe do like a percentage value to determine how far in they are. This space is looking pretty sick though. We're getting a pretty cool ass vibe here though. I gotta say, pretty cool. I see. Are you and your partner feeling better? We're feeling better. I'm still a little sick. Got a cough and shit. But yeah, thank you. Thanks for asking. Appreciate that. Do some with meta sound? I don't know if I want to use meta sound. I think we're just gonna use whatever we got. Very basic versions of it. So we'll do that. Except the engine deck, yeah, this whole thing is gonna get a redesign. So this whole thing is gonna be redesigned, I think. Okay. So we probably just want to do a bunch of line traces. I'm thinking. We do a bunch of line traces in all directions of where the player pawn is. And then that'll determine where we are. Or we also want to check where we are in the volume. Hey, Riamo, how's it going? So get player pawn, actor location. And then how can we calculate how far in or how close we are to an edge in the space? Great, it's time to do some math. I think there's well, for one, we can check how far in we are, or if we are at the closest point to box. What is box? Min and a max? Okay. Shit. Oh, brush, that's what it was called. Get brush component, and then we can, I think we could probably... Oh, we will for sure, Basiator. That'll probably be one of our things down the line. When I was young, the volume word was a sound level to me. So it turns out the word has multiple meanings. Volume could also mean the amount of space taken within a confines. I don't know. You're asking the wrong guy. But yeah, there's multiple meanings to it. Good up, Johnny. Okay. We need to get the, I guess, get the bounds of this. That only gives the box extents. So I need to get... Can I turn this into a box? I can. I want to see if this actually, like, works. We shall call this timer thing. I'm watching the best lonely indie developer right now. Oh, I'm not lonely. I'm feeling real good. Uh-oh. Oh, fuck. Okay. We might have a problem. Is this box scaled at all? Because if it's scaled, that might be affecting things. Oh, yeah. It's scaled. Ladies and gentlemen, it's scaled. Which might be affecting... Actually, no. Why would that affect this? Calculates the closest point on or inside the box to a given point in space. Do we care about that point? I guess we kind of do, because then we can determine if we are looking out into an open space on the exterior of the box. So I guess we're gonna... The bounds, from what I can tell... Half size of the bounding box? Do we need to divide this by 2? I don't know if the extents are also half size. Let's see. Are they also half size? I don't see any of the points. We should be seeing them here. So that's also incorrect, supposedly. The train looks kind of massive, but inside it looks tiny. It is a massive train. You could think of the train almost like a Monsters, Inc. train. Okay. Suddenly, this is not working anymore? Timer thing, timer thing. Target. What happened? Oh, we're not getting... Oh, great. I think this reset. Somehow that reset. Arrgh. There we go. Noise? How'd he do? Wait, how is that working earlier and now it's no longer working? Am I going crazy? Was I hallucinating those points that we were seeing in the space? I think I must have been. I swear that shit was working, and then it wasn't. Am I working on the sound playing through the door? No, the first thing I want to do is just see if I can even determine the points of the box of the volume. That's the first thing I want to see, but for some reason, not working. I do need to scale this by, let me try 0.5 for now. I do need to scale this by the size of the volume, which I think is affecting it. I'm pretty sure in wireframe mode I'm supposed to see the... I should be able to see these red points. The debug draw duration is 1 second? Yeah, because it's... we're looping this, but let's do 2 seconds. Let me try a larger size. I don't think this is working though. Hold on. So closest point on or inside the box. It's possible. It's possible that it is working and maybe it's just drawing the point inside of us. There's a point right there. Oh no, that's an arrow. Mm-hmm. Oh, it is putting, it's not getting where it is in the edge. It is actually getting the closest point in the box. It is actually working. So once we go to the edge here, then it works. Okay. So it is working. That thing is working. This is giving us the closest point inside of the box. Now I want to check. I wonder if we can get... I wonder if we can get the closest edge. Like, actually get the edge. Oh, we can get the center. What we could do is get the center. Okay, we can get the origin of this. Okay, I got an idea. We get the origin of this. This is going to be silly, stupid math. We probably don't even need to do this, to be honest, but I think it could be interesting. We're going to do a line trace for objects. So we want to just do static. We're going to remove the debug point. So the start point is going to be the player pawn location. And then the end point is going to be the origin. Forward vector, and then multiply by, I don't know, 150, maybe 250. And then plus that with this. And then just world static Might have to... No, should be fine. And then we'll do a for duration. And then duration will just be 1 second. Because the timer is 1 second. Okay, so... what this should mean is this will do a line trace going outward. Cool. Now, what we should be doing is not using the player pawn. But using our eyes. And the reason for that is because we want this to be based off of the camera. Hopefully this still works. I'm pretty sure it should. It's a little above our character, but honestly we could probably make do with that. So this is closed space, and it's doing it from the origin of the box. Not the best, but it might give us enough of a indicator. Might be enough of an indicator that we're in the space. Is eyes node native? Yes, yeah it is. Oh, whoops, I gotta go into the space. Okay, the door is not being traced. I don't know why. What kind of object type is the door? Is it dynamic? Interactable. Balls. Balls. Maybe we do want to use visibility. What are the eyes for in Unreal? These are not actually the camera. This is a variable or a value in the actor. So it's not actually the eyes. If you want to get the camera, I think you have to get the camera manager. And then from here you can get the camera location. Which, honestly, this could probably be better as well. Because then this is actually giving us the raw camera location. How do you declare the eyes for the engine? I believe it's just a part of player pawns. So in here, you have a base eye height right here. And this is kind of like how it dictates it. But I believe this is only a part of pawns. I believe this is only a part of pawns. So really, the only way for you to get that is because of the pawn stuff. I would look at the C++ because then you would actually get like 100% knowing what the value of it is and whatnot. Yep. This should give us a more accurate result. I guess this will do interactable as well because we do need the door. Kind of annoying. This trace is... we might want to do a different trace, like visibility trace perhaps instead. So, the problem with doing a line trace though, like this... it's not the most accurate thing in the world. Not the most accurate thing in the world because it could potentially hit the next space ahead. There might be a better way of calculating this. I found a dynamic audio system on Fab for $10. I'm okay with just making one myself. Just because I like the idea of... I like the challenge of doing something like this. Okay. I think realistically speaking, I think we do want to do the 8-axis traces around the player character or player pawn. But it's cool that we can calculate from the box. I think what could be cool is determining how close we are to the edges, and then only let this line trace go through if we were like really close to the edges. But we'd have to determine what our percentages of how far we are in the on the edges of the train or the space. Closest point to in box. Pretty sure I calculated this. I did this calculation at one point. See, this doesn't really help us. Is vector inside? Okay, great. Is vector inside, but I want to check. Like, I guess what we could do, can we divide a box or like scale it down? Is there not anything we can do? Returns a box of increased size. We might be able to do this. The size to increase the volume by in the negative direction. There's got to be a way to just divide that. Maybe we could take the box extents and just divide it. So I'm curious, if we do this, we might be able to determine if the player is on the edges of if they are on the edges of the space. And then that way, then we can start doing a trace. Because if you're not on the edges of the space and you're pretty deep inside, I think we could safely assume that you're pretty, like, you know, on the interior, at least for now. That could be the way we do stuff here. I want to see what the extents of this could be. If we divide it by 0.75. Now we're in the space. Where's the point being drawn? That for some reason broke it. Dividing it did not actually divide the extent. Oh. I was actually making it larger. Whoopsies. Multiply by 0.75 is what I wanted. So now the point, see, the point is there. And then when we go to the corners, okay, the corners aren't like as divided as I'd want them to be, but I guess that makes sense because the longer side is going to get divided more. It's not doing it in an even way. Is there a way that we can maybe do this in an even way? What would be the math for that? We'd have to do some really awkward math. Um, I would have to split up all of these extents. And then, trying to think of the math that I'd have to do. So I guess normalize each side. Whatever, it's fine for now. It's janky, but it's fine for now. So this gives us that, which is what we want. Okay. This essentially will tell us if we're close to the edges of the train or not. Now, of course, on this edge, we won't really get the most accurate response, which is why I'd want to change up the math. The reason why that's occurring on the edges is because this side is a lot longer, so of course multiplying by 0.75 is going to be a lot more intense. So this is a case of, like, if this is the box, it's going to get scaled down like this. It's kind of like when you scale a box down in Blender, it's not going to do what we want. Instead, we want it to, like, do it like this. So then that way, all of the sides are consistent. I don't really know what the math would be to do that, though. Like, scaling it down evenly. Game dev seems like a lot of math. Dude, I don't even do that much math. I'm just an idiot. I just put a bunch of things together and see if it works. If we wanted to scale this evenly, what would be the math to scale it evenly? What would be the math to scale a box evenly? I wonder if someone has ever... How to scale box extents evenly. No. Definitely not the wording I'd want. So basically, the problem is because the cube, the space is like this, when we scale it down, obviously one side is going to be scaled a lot slower than the long side. And that's what we're running into right now. That is what we're running into right now. Essentially, it's doing this. All right, let me do 0.75. There we go. So we end up with this problem. So I need to somehow give the y-axis a ratio or something. It can't all be multiplied by the same thing. If I normalize it, what does this give us? Because maybe I can normalize it and then multiply it again by its extents. Zero 0.327, 0.942, 0.078. Those are some pretty crazy differences in numbers. Those are some pretty crazy differences in numbers. But maybe it's correct. 0.327. So does that mean it's a third of the longest space, which is the y? What does normalized 2D give us? 0.328, 0.945, and then z is cut out. But that's extremely similar to the other numbers that are non-2D. If we normalize it, no, I don't think that's what I'd want. Yeah, I don't think that's what we want. So yeah, like an offset. I don't know if offset, I don't know if there's a way to offset the vectors. There's a way of apparently expanding the box. I don't know what the math would be. I'm trying to do the math in my head. I'm trying to do it in my head. I'm sure there's got to be a probably some node to do this that I don't know about, and I don't know what the terminology would be. So I'm gonna come up with some math. It'll probably work. So for this to scale in the way that we want it to, which is essentially like this instead. So this would be the correct one. Can I change the color of this? Yeah, that doesn't change the color of the thing, unfortunately. So this is what we want it to do. Although, we don't really care about the z, now that I think about it. We don't really care about the z. So we could probably just completely cut the z out. We don't really care about the z. So if anything, the z doesn't need to be multiplied at all. If we were to do this, and we need to do a bunch of multiplications, the z does not matter. It can just stay the way it is. No problem. No problem. But we still need to multiply these. However, multiplying by 0.75, not correct. If we were to normalize this, and then add that multiplication to this value, I wonder what would happen. Okay, so this is still doing what I want. Great. We're ignoring the Z. All good. Vehicle sim? Oh, dude, I have not messed around with any of the vehicle sim stuff, and honestly, I don't know if I ever will, because it kind of looks like a headache, dude. Aye. So we want this to be in proportion to... So the X basically needs to affect the Y. What would be the map to affect it so that they're scaling evenly? Like, I don't know if normalized 2D does anything for us here, but maybe it does. Maybe it does. Yeah, you probably know, but Yui is probably on stream explaining how to properly use their AI to analyze your game. Wait, what? Wait, what's going on? Not your game specifically, just one's game. I'm not sure what you mean. Like, they're doing a presentation or something on how to use AI to Okay, so I wonder if we multiplied this by the normalized value. I don't think that's going to give us the right result. Oh shit, that might actually... Yeah, the normalized might actually be giving us the right value. I think it is. Yeah, it is. Okay, we got it. Yeah, Cooley. What's their talk about? I just looked at it. It's talking about like telemetry and stuff like that. There we go. That's we got it. We got it. Yeah, it was normalizing it. I had a feeling when I saw the number, but I was like, there's no way it's like that small of a difference or that big of a difference between the X and the Y, but it is. Which makes sense because it's much more rectangular. Ah, we got it. We got it. All it needed was a little bit of normalization. Also, I'm really annoyed. When we start in this space, it doesn't start the timer for this thing because we start inside of the overlap. Do we have to do that thing where I have to do like a box overlap on start to see if this should start? Oh my god. Whatever, dude. Whatever, I'm over it. Fucking. Okay, so now we're getting basically the edges. We can essentially calculate if the player is on the edges of the level, which is great. And we'll do, I guess, 90%. So now what we can do is instead of get closest point to box, we can get in box, I think is point in box. Yep. Which is our player pawn, and then we can just do a quick print string. And then we're in business. Overlap during level string thing works on actor settings? Where is that at? No, I'm pretty sure it's like some weird overlap thing. I don't think this was... I don't know if this would be in the... I don't know if this would be in the... Yeah. I think we just have to manually do our own overlap, generate overlap. This was the first talk if you want to save it for later. Profiling with purpose. Ooh, okay. They're talking about profiling. I always need more knowledge about profiling because it's still absolutely confusing to me. Yeah, dude, I'm gonna keep this in the back burner. I'm gonna keep that in the back box. I'm gonna keep that in the back box. Thank you. Okay, so now it's gonna read false. It means that we are essentially on the edges. Now, true, we're on the inside, and then this is still the edges. Yes. Why don't you use automatic doors? What's the reason for manual opening? It's not even manual opening yet. But the idea is we want the... In the future, I want it so the player has to actually drag it open and closed. It just makes it more like a video game. More horror. It adds a little bit more thrill, a little bit more tension. You have to like quickly open a door if a monster's chasing you or whatnot. So it becomes kind of a gameplay mechanic. But we don't even have the dragging in yet. That would be one of the things we'd want to do at some point. So basically the idea is if this is set to true, we'll just play... It's not the most accurate thing because I feel like we'd still hear some exterior volume even if the door's open like this. But, you know... It's not the most accurate thing ever. So... The cool thing is now we can do a more accurate line trace, actually. So before we did the starting line trace from the origin of the box, technically incorrect. We'd want to do a line trace from this point. So here's what we're going to do. Is point in box? Is point not in box, which basically means we're on the edges. And then when this is set to true, let's go ahead and do the drawing, and let's go ahead and do the line tracing. So the start point will be the camera location, and then the get forward vector will be find the lookout rotation between the start here, and then the target being the camera location, and that would be our forward vector, I think. And this would give us a more accurate thing, I believe. Remember you're making a slop? Yeah, but I feel like even with slop, you still have a little bit of... Wait, I don't understand. The... Start, target, like camera location. For some reason the line trace isn't showing. What? There are glass on the windows, yeah. Oh. Okay, the line trace is occurring. Oh, it's taking into account the X and the Y. That's why I was confused. It was going upwards. Okay. 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 Oopsies. Whoopsies. Let's do... Oh, great. Am I going to have to actually break these? I guess I could just do this. Multiply this. 1, 1, and then 0 for the other thing. And then we completely ignore the z value, which is good. Yeah, the windows right now are closed, but in theory, yes, if a window were to be open, that's the entire point of this, is that we'd allow the line tracing to go through the windows. So you'll see now it's going to do this. Ideally, though, it would probably want to do more... We'd probably do multiple traces, not just one. This wouldn't be 100% accurate. But that's okay, we can try to figure that stuff out. But you can see it's going to go through the window and stuff like that. We're going to probably do multiple traces, I think. Yeah. One of my favorite game dev creators going full-time game dev? Who? Who? Me? Sonny, you? What? Congrats, man. Congrats. You did it. Ali El-Zohari. I feel like I've heard that name before. Technically, I've been a full-time game dev for several years now. You did it, man. You did it. Congratulations. You did it. You did it. It's kind of annoying because now it's hitting the other door. This is probably not the calculation we want, but... Distance between this... Oops, sorry. Distance between this and this. This minus 250. Yes. The more distance, the less the trace will be. So then 250 is like an actual proper unit. See. Yep. Okay. And then as I get further out, the line trace is smaller, and so it stays consistently there. Okay. Okay. Now, the problem is, what if we get in the corner, though? Of course, the corner is going to be a much larger value. Balls. Not the most accurate way of doing this, but... We're going to be doing multiple traces anyways. Because the thing is, we'd probably still want to hear some of the exterior of the doorway here, right? We're going to be doing, like, multiple traces, I think. Did we invent over-the-internet disease transmission or something in the last week? Was home the last 2 days. Watch your stream, woke up and I'm sick and I'm suing. Brother, sickness takes a few days, so that's on you. I don't know what to tell you. I didn't get you sick, you just got sick. Not my problem, motherfucker. I didn't do shit. I haven't been going outside, so, if anything, you're the problem. That's on you. Yeah, I heard that before. Victim blaming for someone getting sick. Grim acting kind of defensive. I'm not. I will admit the only time I was actually defensive as a game dev was that one person insulting my music artist's patois. That's it. That's it. I'll agree to that. That is the only time I've been defensive, ever. Anyways. Sorry you got sick, man. Godspeed. Drink a bunch of tea and shit. Oregano oil. Lemons, ginger. You know how it go. You know how it go. You're in for it for a week. You're in for a week. You're in sick jail for a week. Trust me, I know. I managed to develop dental abscess 2 days before New Year's Eve. I'm not going to tell you about my New Year's Eve meal. What is dental abscess? Don't tell me. Never mind. I don't want to know. You know what? I actually don't want to know. It would be within our best interest to not know. Hollow. Oh shit. So you gotta go to the dentist. You gotta get some fucking crowns. I was for 2.5 months. Where can I find this light edition of sickness? What the fuck? What the fuck? What the shit, man? What the... man? Okay, let's do a really basic version of this then. Very basic version. Very basic version of the system. So we have the local settings. Set the interior settings. Okay. So... If there is... I'm going to do this in a really stupid way. You guys can yell at me, but that I don't care. Actually, hold on. I'm going to do this a little... I'm going to do this a little bit smarter. Hold on. Timer thing. You can set the local settings. Also, I should probably do this somewhere else. Whatever, we'll put it in the timer. Okay, here we can cut this, and then just put this in here, and then here we'll just put this here, okay? Okay, so, I'm just gonna do this because I'm too fucking lazy. If we hit, okay, so if we hit something, let's change the exterior volume to, well, 0.4, because we hit something. And then this will be 500. If we hit nothing, let's change the exterior volume to 0.75. So we increase the volume. And then let's go ahead and double up, or triple up, or quadruple up, or whatever number that is. Centequal up the exterior LPF. Now, if this is false, then that means we are deep into space. So we want to reset this. Pretty sure it's 0.4 and 500. Is our numbers. And then this should at least give us a very basic version. Huh? Huh? Cool, huh? Kinda cool. Kinda cool. What happens if you go fast? Ah, well, you know, you fuck it all up. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you. You fuck it all up, man. Now, what could be cool is maybe we adjust the exterior volume based on the distance of how far you were out of the space. So we could do this, promote to local variable, distance from edge, I guess. Distance from edge. Distance trace. And then we could do distance from edge divided by distance trace. Okay, I did it correctly. And then this will become a 0 to 1 value. And then this will be multiplied by 0.9. So if you are very far away, this will become more multiplied. Right. And then this will be multiplied by 4,000. Okay. Good. Okay. 0.9 distance trace. This, let's do a multiplication of 8,000 for the exterior LPF. It's a little bit cooler. Very cool. I don't know if we want 8,000. We can try 15,000, which is very close to the original LPF value of 20K. Now, we probably want to minus out a little bit from the distance trace. I'm thinking like 50 units. How's the audio going so far? Honestly, a very hacky like method. But I think we're getting a much more accurate reverb volume. Now, the only problem is the line trace is only doing one line trace. If you look inside while being outside, what does it do? Their interior volumes can be modified in here. But it's just gonna... we just exit the reverb volume anyways. Crimzor? I am not Crimzor. My name is not Crimzor. What am I, a fucking what am I, a Megatron, a Transformer or something? Crimzor. Let's just do this, and then let's do 20,000. Fuck it. These are the original values. And let's minus the distance trace a little bit. And then just in case we don't increase these above 1, let's go ahead and clamp this. Zero to 1. So then that way, let's do 0.2. for the minimum. Now, it's not the most accurate thing in the world because, like, it's not, like, actually basing it off of, like, where the sounds are coming from. And, right now, we only do one line trace. There should be another trace, like, multiple traces kind of going outward. But it's still a good start. You can close the door. And then closing the door will make it sound more muffled. Yeah. We could also make it so when you're on the deep side of the inside, which basically means these points aren't going to be calculated anymore, we could make it so the exterior volume is even quieter and even more low passed, and that might make it sound even more like, you know, might make it sound more immersive, I guess. That could be kind of cool too. So it's like you're deeper on the inside and then it gets quieter. But yeah, pretty neat. We could maybe minus out the distance trace even more. So that way, I don't know what our size would be. Is this also going to affect player voices, making them muffled behind doors? I think we're going to do a different system for the voices. I think we'll do a different system for the voices. If we can get this being perfect, sure. Okay, then we can maybe still use the ambience volumes, but this would have to be, like, perfect. Otherwise, you're going to be, like, right here, and your friend's going to be right here, and you're like, what the hell is he saying? But ideally, I think a different system would be in place. So you can see the window here should work. Wait. Does this shit not have collision? World dynamic. Why? Why are you world dynamic? We are probably gonna have to do world dynamic anyways. See, the only problem is, like, you're looking out of a window. I feel like it should feel like it's coming out from the window, but we don't. That's not something you can just simply do. That's not something you can simply just do, you know what I mean? Like... Yeah. Goodbye. 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 Goodbye! Alright. Taking out the trash. It would be really cool to make it so if you are in a confined space like this, it muffles the exterior sound effects even more. You know what I mean? That'd be really sick. That's something I thought about. I was like, that'd be really sick if, like, it gets muffled even more. Ah! You could put a box collider there and increase it. Yeah, but it's a bit... Yeah, but, like, I don't want to have to, like, do that because then I have to do that for every single vent. And I'm definitely going to forget. Essentially, we don't want the player... We don't want the illusion to feel like... you know, when you're on the inside here, we don't want the illusion to feel like... We don't want to break the illusion. Could you make your own occlusion system using the line traces? I am. We're doing line traces right now. Now that's really basic at the moment. There's not like multiple line traces, so if you go here, become completely muffled. Or right here. But it's something. It sounds cool. I do think this would be sick though if it's like super muffled. That could be cool. This, I think, does not have the system. Because I did not give it the component. As you can see, so there's the difference there. This is kind of annoying though, having to manually select the audio volume. Not my favorite thing in the world, but it gets the job done, I guess. I could easily fix that by making it so the component automatically tries to find the audio volume that it's attached to. Because it's attached to that type of actor. But that's no big deal. One thing we do need to do is when you exit the space, we want to clear the timer again. Yeah, it's not the most accurate thing in the world, but it's okay. It's better than nothing. Opening the door feels a little bit more, you know, more immersive. Wait, did I not give it to this cabin? I did. Oh, the brush component doesn't have... Oh, this is gonna fucking suck. Maybe I... in begin play set the collision preset for this. Otherwise, this is gonna suck. I am gonna do just that. Okay, I believe those are the only things we need to do. So this one I didn't do it to. So if I test this one now. Okay, yeah. Is this Steam audio, by the way? No, 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 no. This is all just Unreal stuff. Oh, shit. Oh. I think it's because the cabin is set to world dynamic. No, it's not. I think the line trace is not long enough. I think that's what's going on. That might be problematic. Yeah, it's not long enough. When you get in a corner, the distance becomes... too large, and then we end up not having enough distance. Yeah, I guess we'll just increase the distance trace of this to 500. Not the most favorable thing in the world. Definitely a very flawed system, but that's okay. We'll figure it out. Oh, would you look at that? It's still not long enough. Wait, no, it is. Oh, it's because the fucking volume's not... Man, which idiot made this fucking volume? Dummy? Stupid? Idiot? Man, what a dummy. What about this one, huh? This one's fine-ish. Except it's not encompassing the vent. It's also too deep. Okay. Problem solved, I believe. Sort of. Okay, good. So that entire time, we did not need it to actually be 500. So we could probably put that down to 400 again. Let's test it real quick. Is it possible to make a TARDIS cabin that's bigger on the inside than the outside? Probably. We'd have to do some real magic fuckery. And I just don't really know how to do that. Don't get me wrong, it's not the most perfect system. We could potentially get the velocity. Somebody mentioned something about the velocity. We could potentially use the player's velocity and add it to the thing. So then that way we're kind of like looking ahead. Because right now, you see that? Because like right now, I think we're only doing this every 0.2 seconds. That's enough time for it to like not... I don't know if we want to make this 0.1. I feel like that's pretty like it's only happening once, so it's not like a huge problem. We could probably make it 0.1. But ideally we shouldn't have to. Like, we could do this. We could do this. Maybe not for the trace, but maybe just for, like, is the point in the box? And then that way we don't have that intense of, like, a... Alright, the thing hasn't activated. It is really dependent on like what we could do is instead of 0.9 we do like 0.8 to determine if you're on the outside, and then we can, from there, I guess, increase the distance trace a bit. Let's just double check if the corner still works. Yep, corner's still working. It's just the transition is not perfect. When you're like sprinting. Maybe do point divide by why am I dividing this? I've done that twice so far today. I've actually increased the effectiveness of the velocity then, actually. Was that blue bar above the hot bar? Stamina. Stamina. Good faith. What is friendslop game? It's a friendslop game, you know, game with friends. You know how it go. What if we, what is friend? Very good question. I don't know. What if, we have this timer? We set the time to 0.5. Let's just do 0.2. We're going to set 0.2 for all of these. And then let's see if having a quicker time. It's just when we're sprinting, man. When we start sprinting, it becomes... Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. There's probably one other value here. Exterior LPF time and then exterior time. Try that 0.2 as well. We might want this to be... Instead of it being shorter, maybe we want it to be longer. Hold on. There's an exorcism going on. Yeah, honestly, it's okay. I think maybe we want to start calculating earlier. Possibly. Like, maybe we want us to start calculating earlier for this thing. Because the edge detection is like obviously we got to do multiple line traces. We can't just do one. We have to do multiple around the character. It's a good start, you know? Like, when we close a door, it sounds like you're closing a door. Or at least it's a lot closer to what it would sound like when you close a door. It's a lot closer to what you would think it sounds like. So, good start. I guess good start. Ah! Blue pixel. Can I just say I love this area? For some reason it kind of reminds me a little bit of like a Star Wars map I used to play in Jedi Academy. It was like red carpet and everything. It reminds me so much of it because the geometry is so simple too. It's got that like old kind of retro vibe to it a little bit. Yeah, that's cool though when you open the door. I just wish that we could still muffle things at a distance. Like, I wish there was a little bit more granularity with how much we can control what's being occluded and whatnot. You know what I mean? That could be cool, you know, but we don't really got that. We don't got that kind of control. We don't got that kind of control, unfortunately. Begone, fire. Ow. Come on, Trey. You sometimes get lost in the abstractions of Unreal's framework. Could you easily maintain a holistic understanding of your project even as it scales? You know, things do get a little hectic at some points. That's just when you know you got to do a little bit of house cleaning. A little bit of house cleaning might be required. And sometimes it happens, for sure. Now the only problem is that, like, the line trace... We need multiple line traces. Because we have this intense difference going on here. It's the biggest one there. But generally, it's okay. At least as I get, you know, better at this stuff, whatnot. It becomes easier to do all of this. Yeah. I wonder if we activated collision on this moving platform, would it look really fucking weird? And then anytime something hits it, the velocity just flies off. Because ideally that's what I'd want things to do if you were to throw things off. But I think anytime any project scales, things start getting, you know, you have a lot of moving parts. And I think that's just, inevitable for any sort of project that gets really large. Especially in multiplayer, with the amount of things going on in multiplayer. Ay ay ay. Ay ay ay. You know what we should do? We should do a line trace upwards. Yeah, honestly, maybe just a separate reverb volume for the interiors could be good. For these, like, little tiny spaces, but whatever. Actually, yeah, we could do that. And then maybe we make it, like, a really metallic reverb volume. Like, that would probably be... Let's do a test real quick. Let's do it on this one. Let's get another audio volume in here. Skyfer? Yeah, Happy New Year, man. What's my plan for the year? Travel more, hopefully. Release another game. Just keeping good health, man. You know, I think that's the most I could ask for. Good health. Don't go homeless. Maybe not file for bankruptcy. That'd be an ideal. Just, you know, that's, yeah, I think that's good asking. Good goals to aim for, right? God, this is another instance where I wish I had a better tool for this. Ah, the basics. Don't go homeless. Yeah, you know, yeah, exactly. Exactly. Yeah. Plate, quarry, plane, smaller room, small room, stone corridor.
A year of anti-bankruptcy.
Tweak, thank you for the 250 bits. Thank you. Appreciate that. I am probably gonna have to modify those reverb effect settings. When will I start making enemies? I honestly, I gotta start doing it soon. I do gotta start doing that soon. I'll probably like get started on some of that stuff. Yeah, like, yeah, soon. Yeah, probably soon would be a good idea. Let's do exterior volume 0.2. And then LPF, let's like low pass it even more. Let's do 0.2 for the times. And save. Yeah, bye CA, how's it going? I would just do physical material with already applied reverb on the sounds with some sound editor stuff. Yeah, I don't really know. Like, you'd have to use like a runtime, real-time kind of thing for that. I don't really have anything like that. Like, you can use plugins that do that for you, but they sound very... I don't know. They sound like they just make everything really quiet. Which is probably more physically accurate. Don't get me wrong. So, I think Bunker Hall is... what I want for this, right? Bunker Hall is probably not it. There's sewer pipe. You could try sewer pipe. We need something metallic. Sewer pipe, it's not really metallic, but... We are obviously going to need more metallic footstep noises as well for when we doing that. So maybe that could be something we do today as well. Something fun. I'm going to take sewer pipe and I'm going to make a new, I'm going to copy paste it here and we'll call this vent or maybe air duct. It's fine. Yeah, see, I think the way to do this in runtime, you'd have to calculate all these values in runtime. Time difference between late reverb and first reflections. Between late reverb and first reflections. Decay time, larger is more reverb. Let's do like 4. Density, lower value is more grainy. What would the density be for metal? I wish there was a reverb effect that was more fitting for like metal, but nothing in here is really metallic. It's more like concrete. Like the bathroom is probably the closest thing to it. Okay. Try something like that. Yeah. What up, Shaq? Yeah, Happy New Year, man. Happy New Year. I guess, hold on. We gotta get... Here. Ugh. Yeah, you can't really emulate the metallic noise that you get out of like those other packs. Those other packs do a really good job of like emulating the metallic noise. It's really interesting how they do that stuff. Let me open up vent and then let me go back to the engine sounds. Let's see if we can... Maybe bathroom is closer to what we'd want. Let's do 0.5 or decay. It's a bit more echoey. I don't know how we could make it sound like more metallic. I don't know. I don't know how we would go about doing that. That's some crazy shit that I don't know about. I'm tell you. Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, enemies, we do have to start working on them soon. It would probably be a good idea to probably, you know, probably good idea, maybe, probably, possibly, yes, maybe. Doesn't, correct me if I'm wrong, aren't there physical materials that, like, don't these possibly affect reflections? Can't these possibly change how reflections? I don't know if these have, let me see, let's see. If I click this and then I go to like physical material ice, were these modified? They were modified slightly. Right. Ice has a very low friction value. Rubber has a very high restitution value or bounciness. Interesting. Interesting. So there is some very basic stuff done there, interestingly enough. Okay. I don't even know if these physical materials are actually like hooked into the project, but that's okay. We'll just assign it to them anyways. There is some like cool stuff. Like we could try to set up resonance again, but I think I have to hook up everything. Let's see, if we enable this real quick, enable that real quick, and then keep that for the occlusion. I don't know if it's gonna... I don't think... Yeah, I don't think it's working. I think I like shut off everything related to it, which is, you know, kind of annoying. Oh, here we go. We'd have to do the resonance audio reverb plugin. Which I have no clue if it's hooked up. I don't think it is. Oh, it is hooked up. The only sound effect that it's using, though, I think is the footsteps. And this. You can hear the footsteps are a lot deeper. But not everything is hooked up to that thing, because the only way for everything to be hooked up is beautifully, well, everything has to be hooked up to it. I think if I remember correctly... Right, I gotta put the reverb... no, is it reverb plugin settings? Spatialization plugin settings? Yeah, I'd have to put this in here. Fantastic. Great, love that. And then instead of panning, I gotta do plugin spatialized. Just to get all this shit to work. You hear that? It just completely kills the noise. I don't know what it is with these like third-party plugins, but it just takes the sound effect and like maybe there's something I'm missing with like the way that we're setting this up, possibly, but I don't know. It just takes the sound and kills it. It just takes it out back and shoots it in the face. Yeah. Yeah, takes it out back, kills it. Unfortunately. So I don't really know how to do that in a better way. I'm not sure. But yeah, resonance, I'm not sure if it is the if it's the play. Fortunately. It sounds cool though. Anyways, we should, you know what we can start doing more of? I know it's kind of stupid and maybe we should be doing something different, you know, obviously. There are many different things we could be doing that is a little bit more productive, such as actually putting in monsters into the game and like a full gameplay loop. But what if we make it so if you walk on metal, it sounds like metal? Thoughts? What if we start putting in some physical material stuff? Can I ask you, do you ever do those Stream Elements sponsorships? No, I feel like they're a scam, and I don't really care for them. I feel like that would just ruin the quality of the stream by doing all that. Not only is it like not really a legit sponsorship thing, it's a fucking thing that's just blanket given to like everybody. So I think it's just garbage. It's like whatever, you know what I mean? Gameplay? Boring. Sounds? Yes, sir. Dude, hell yes. Yes! All right, glad you're on board, chat. All right, let's go. So we need to set up our... So surface type default will just be default, and then surface type 1 will be metal. Let's do a carpet in here as well. So we have metal. But I feel like we might want other types of surfaces. Because metal is too generic. You know what I mean? I feel like metal is too generic. Wood. So hold on, let's change this real quick. Oh, damn, by doing that, you... Oh, that just sets it to none. Metal. Metal could just be generic metal. Vent, or air duct, could be its own custom thing. And then catwalk. And then that gets really contextual. So metal could be like metal plates, things on the floor, etc. Air duct could be, well, air ducts. Catwalk could be catwalk, which would have a different kind of sound to it. And then we can start getting into other stuff like wood, carpet. Is this something new in Unreal? No, this has been in Unreal for a while, the physical surface stuff. It's been around for a little while. Quite the while. Metal, air duct, catwalk, wood, carpet. We could do broken glass. Sure. We could do glass and then broken glass. I'm not sure if this is the right way of doing sub-genre or subsettings. Like, maybe there's a better way of doing metal, but then having air duct be like a sub-category of it. Not sure, like, how we'd go about doing that. But I'm sure maybe there's a way to do that. I don't know. Maybe there's a way. Maybe there's a way. So broken glass, what are some other things we might want like players to walk into? We are going to have some carriages or cabins that are like infested. So maybe we want like sloppy sound. Like slop. I'm trying to think. Metal, air duct, catwalk, wood, carpet, glass, broken glass. Audio manipulation, I recommend you invest some time into meta sounds. Very powerful. You have everything in one place. It's a bit confusing at first, but once you figure it out, it's not that bad. I'll maybe look into it for sure. Like I've messed around with it a little bit. I think we have it enabled in here, pretty sure, but yeah. Water. Where would we have water in the game? I guess we could have water. God, are we gonna really do the fishing mini game carriage where there's like a pond and you can randomly fish inside of it like fucking Minecraft style and then somehow get fish? For whatever reason. I guess water. If you fall into a river, yes, you'll surely fall into a river in the train. You can have a pipe that's leaking water on the floor in some place of the game. That's true. Oh, and of course the toilet, the unclogging the toilet mini game could actually cause water to appear around the toilet. Okay, that's true. Okay, good point. We got some good points in here. Good points. Okay, good point. Water. Will there be a mini game to clog the toilet? To unclog the toilet, yes. You get the plunger and you go. Very explicit sound. In fact, I will be doing the voice acting for that. No, to clog the toilet. No, you're not going to clog the toilet. You're going to unclog the toilet. You're not there to clog the toilet. Then we're going to... It's going into Among Us territory. You're causing the problems. You're the one causing all of the fucking problems at that point. Jimmy is clogging the toilet. Broken glass, water. I don't know. I guess that's good enough for now. What are some really common material types that we might walk on in a train? Maybe tiles? Like ceramic? I could see ceramic being one. We have wood. We got carpet. Which is like cloth, essentially. Sticky floor. Are we going to put alien in here? Like the ones where some of the carriages are just infested with like some fucking thing? All right. What do we call that? What kind of surface would that be? Alien? Fleshy? Fleshy. Fleshy. Flesh. Flesh. Sure, flesh. Oh, stone for the train stations. That's true. We do need some stone. Or like concrete. Concrete. But concrete could just be default sounding. Yeah, whatever. We'll just put in there. Concrete and then ceramic. Ceramic. There we go. Are we gonna have blood in the floors? There might be some blood. Hey, it's a horror game. Fuck it. But we'll see. We'll see what we end up doing there. That would just be water, I think. That'd probably just be water. I'm thinking. Yeah, I'm thinking. Okay. Now, we can just set up some of this stuff, get the line traces to tell us what the surface type of it is. So this is going to be... Oh shit, I gotta make a physical material for everything too. Ah, balls! Balls! Okay, well, great. This will be in core. We're gonna make a new folder called physical materials. Let's go ahead and just get it done. Get it done. Okay, so... This is probably in physics. Where is the physics section? Hello, I'm looking for the physics section. There it is. Physical material. Physical material. We're just going to call it metal. I need to bring up the thing again because I'm going to have to create a physical material for everything. Oh my god. Why doesn't it like automatically create these for you? I feel like it should. No, never mind. I don't want Unreal to do things for me. It's kind of not very smart sometimes. Catwalk. Wood. Carpet. Glass. Broken glass. Water. Flesh. Concrete. What the fuck? Ceramic. That's it. So now we have to associate everything to the proper surface type. So air duct is air duct. Broken glass is broken glass. Carpet is, well, who would have thought? Carpet. Catwalk is catwalk. Ceramic is ceramic. This is going to be a lot of footstep sounds. How are we going to put all these sounds in one thing? Because then we have to have all those sound effects loaded. Oh my. I guess that's just normal. I guess that's just kind of normal to have that many sounds loaded all at once. Not exactly the most ideal situation, but water. Where is water? And then, last but not least, hood. Does the catwalk meow when you walk on it? No, it's not that kind of cat. Okay, the cat that walks. It's a catwalk. Good that you are the master of sound libraries. This is true. This is true. This is true. This is true. You do be spitting. You do be spitting with that one. All right, so carpet. And then we want to go in and change all of these again. So the red we already set to carpet. Metal dark is going to be metal, but we need to set it to our metal. Actually, no. Oh, shit. I don't have a specific fucking material for... Oh, balls. Whatever, we'll just set it to metal for now. We can set the... Why is it not in this... Why is it not in this folder? Wait, am I stupid? Wait. What? Trim? Great trim sheet. Why is the material in the textures folder? I'm fucking stupid, man. I'm dumb. Okay, now I got... Okay, we got it. Okay, we got... So now we can set this physical material. We can set this physical material to... Catwalk. Yeah, catwalk. The cat can indeed walk. On 2 legs. Okay. Now we need to go to our thing here. And I need to find my notifies, our footstep sound. And now from here... From here, we need to then read what the... It's possible that I might have to actually change the setting. I don't know if I have the setting enabled. Physical material. Return phys... The line trace needs to return the physical material, but I'm pretty sure there's a setting for that. Where is it? Hit result, or maybe not. Maybe I don't need to. Maybe that was just for UVs. Hold on. Let's see here. So physical material. Ah. Okay, print string this. And then essentially this should now start returning the material type. So when we walk on here, default, but then catwalk. Yes, yes. And then we walk inside, carpet. Oh, dude, Fuck yeah, man. And then in here, metal. Yes, dude. Yes. We're so fucking ready. And then in here, lava. We gotta... That's on the list to make it so you melt in there. And then you can do a thumbs up when you're at the very top. Okay. Well, now we're returning the material types. Now we just gotta, well, get 5 million flippin' sound effects. Just gotta get 5 million flippin' sound effects. And then, yeah. Apparently this is metal already. Even though, I'm gonna be honest, it sounds more like concrete than it does metal. I'm curious though. I'm pretty sure with meta sound you can do some pretty gnarly stuff. Like, for example, we could probably take that sound effect and, like, add a filter to it. Let's try it out. I'm pretty sure meta sound is already enabled in my project. What is it? Meta sound source? Is that what it is? Is it meta sound source? I think it's source. How do I use this? If I wanted to, per se, recreate this, but in here, how? Okay, random. Random, play random looping, play random one shot. Sounds. Set. What? Sounds. Right click. Promote to graph variable. Sounds. Ah. Okay, what? Okay, quick question though. What is the performance cost of playing a meta sound versus a cue in 5.6? Left stereo to I want to take left and right and conversions? Audio to that's not it. Whatever. Okay, but what I'm curious though. You can change the actual meta sound itself to stereo instead of mono somewhere. Can I convert it to mono? Because I want it to be mono anyways. I don't think I want footstep sounds to be stereo. So can I somehow convert this sound effect to stereo? A lot of words I don't know here. Mix, mono mixer, whatever. Just mix these two. Sounds about right to me. Sounds a bit loud though, I won't lie. It's a little loud. So what I'm curious though, if you were to take a sound, that's cool. You can play a sound within a sound. What the hell? What would be the filter for taking a sound effect and making it kind of sound a little bit more, you know, a little bit more metallic-y? Like, I guess we would cut out some of the low pass. Or kind of cut out some of the lows. What would be a terminology for that? And would we do that here? Yes, we would do that here, actually. It would be here. Low pass filter? No, we want a high pass filter, I guess, because we want it to be more high pass. Bi-squad filter, the dynamic filter, the flanger, the ladder filter, the monoband splitter 2, monoband splitter 3, monoband, but the one pole high pass filter. Do you have any video recommendations for a beginner? Not really. The low pass filter filters out low frequencies. I thought the low pass filter filters out high frequencies. Is there a friendslop filter? Brother, I am the friendslop filter. Hold on. I just want to hear what this sounds like, but I want to lower your guys' volume just in case. Cut off frequency, 50. Oh. Interesting. Interesting. But not really what we want. No, I think we're going to need different sound effects. Like, I think we're going to need different sound effects. Modulates a carrier signal. Ring mod? Okay, how do we do ring mod? Are you just saying yeah just because you're saying... Ring modulator. In modulator? The modulator audio signal. The carrier. What? What? The biquad filter. What the fuck? Yeah, see, this is doing the thing I don't want it to do. So what if I do high pass? Huh. What about a band pass? I like the visual, dude. I like the visual graph. Kind of cool. Notch? I don't know. I don't know. You're gonna have another hot take. How about parametric EQ? Low shelf. High shelf. All pass. A Butterworth low pass. I have no clue how we could make this sound very metallic-y. Just click everything until it works. I swear I actually saw a video or maybe a Reddit post of someone UE5 meta sound make sounds metallic-y. Some tutorials for UE5 meta sounds. Simple drum and bass loop. Simple and sophisticated step sequencers. Dude, I don't give... What the fuck are you talking about, man? You're just saying a bunch of fucking words, man. No, I am going to use some different sound stuff, but I am curious what we could do with meta sound. Here's the thing. I don't want to... If possible, it would be nice to not have to have 5 million sound effects for things, because just for this one sound, just for this one surface type, which is probably just going to be default. Well, actually, no, this could probably just be the metal one. It has a metallic sound to it. You hear that sound? That ticking? The problem is that pitch random spread. The maximum deviation from the... Oh. Oh, you could do... You could do randomized pitch just from this fucking play random without a modulator. So we're adding a little bit more randomness to the sound. The problem is that we have all of these sounds that essentially need to be loaded all at once, which is not great. Not great to have all of these sounds loading in at once for our footstep sounds. But alas, such is life. I swear I saw a tutorial where someone in Metasound made things sound metallic. Now, I'm sure they probably had a layer sound on top of that to kind of make it sound more metallic-y, of course. Like, can we take this footstep sound that's technically already metal? Can we somehow do something to it to make it sound more metallic? I don't know. Could be interesting. Just press the metallic button. It's over there. Where is it? Where is it? I don't see it. You try a very small delay. So what would that be? Reverb? Or no, just straight up delay? Applies diffusion to incoming sound. Hold on. Hey! Let's try the plate reverb. Is there no reverb in mono? That sounds kind of cool. Oh, wait, this is already doing diffusion? You can edit sounds in Unreal? Kinda? Yeah, kinda. FM synthesis? Oh. Ring modulation, high Q filter. What is high Q filter? What is a high Q filter? The reverb is interesting. Let's try the delay, like an actual delay. It's kind of cool. Was my first game engine. I tried Unity for like a week. Can Metasound load VSTs? Probably not. If it could, I could probably hook up my Tim Henson fucking whatever the hell. Let's do this. What else can we try? Oh shit, the output. I need the output. I need that. Bring it back. Have I ever dabbled in stealth mechanics? Suit for Hire kind of has like very basic stealth mechanics, but grain delay. Grain spawn. Spawns a new grain of audio, like a grain of rice, just out of nowhere. Just out of nowhere, a grain of rice. What is a phaser? I don't have a phase. Like plate reverb, kind of gave us something interesting. The flanger. Like it kind of sounds cool. This is the default. It does sound a bit like a kick drum. Build the metallic transient. Are you AI generating this? This is Shaq and just posting it in the chat. Noise generator, pink or white. Put that into a high pass. Cut below 1K hertz. I don't know. Is that 1,000? Into an envelope. I'll try it out. I'll try it out. Okay, listen, we'll try it out. Envelope follower or envelope? How the fuck do you get an envelope? I'm paying $100 per month for this. You better listen. Oh, listen, that's your money, not mine, motherfucker. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you. 0 to 5 milliseconds, decay 30, 0 to 5. Wouldn't this be 0.25 milliseconds? Wait, no, milliseconds. This would be like 0.025. And this would be 0.3. I don't know. Milliseconds, whatever. Attack 0.5. Decay 30. We don't have a decay. Wait, hold on. This is not the envelope you're looking for. This is not the envelope you're looking for. What are you saying? Sorry, my internet cut out. Where are we? I don't know where the fuck I am. Where the fuck are you? Where am I? Hold on, I just want to see what this sounds like. So I'm gonna mute you guys. How do I change the how do I change the max volume of this? Of all of this? Because this is noise. It's about to get real bad. Yep, that was just noise. It's just noise. Stand farther away from your speakers. Yeah. Build the metallic transient. Throw some OTT on there. What the hell is OTT, guys? What the fuck is that? One time, other than that, what's an OTT? It doesn't exist? It's a VST? Oh, you fuckers. You fuckers. Anyways. This sounds cool, though. The diffuser is interesting. But, you know, obviously not what we want. It sounds cool. Don't get me wrong. Okay. Random spread for the volume. Let's do 0.5. Maybe not that much. I guess let's get... Can this bring in parameters? Hold on, I'm being put on hold right now. Okay, well, first off, how do we play the meta sound? Meta. Oh, like that. I guess that was easy. Why is it so fucking loud, though? It's not being attenuated. How do I get this to play attenuate? How do I... Where is the settings to make it attenuated? Attenuation settings. Oh, you fucker. I can't just, like, override the attenuation settings. I have to use... Oh, you've got to be pulling my leg. Whatever. Fine. Fine. Duplicate this. Footstep attenuation. Fine. So be it then. So be it. We got 300. And then 2000. And then some occlusion. Supposedly. 2500. 0.7. Okay, now we can assign footstep attenuation to this. Why is it so fucking loud? Why are you so loud? No, like why are you so loud, man? Bro, you're so loud. Oh, that's because the volume multiplier is 0.4 in here. So that's here, I think. Why is it so fucking loud? Why are you so loud? It's in decibels. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oh, man. I don't know what that is in decibels. Value of negative 60 results in silence. Okay, I guess we just do negative 40. I can't hear anything in the preview. Do I have the preview of Metasound like put to low? What the fuck? Where's the preview volume? Where's the preview volume? I can't see it. I can't see it. Someone point to it. Ah! Aha. Well, would you look at that? The negative values are, well, is not working. There we go. That's a lot closer to what you had before, kind of. Can't hear anything too? Well, what do you mean you can't hear anything? Do you guys hear anything right now? Imagine if there was a fix my mistakes node. Yeah, your brain would turn to slop because you would fix fucking nothing yourself. See, now the footstep sounds really do sound like metal now. Your carpet sounds wet? Yeah, we gotta get a real carpet. Now it sounds metal, bro. No, the thing is, the sound effects were always metal to begin with. the footsteps were always metal. They were always metal. Don't get it twisted. Don't get your underwear in a twist. It hurts, trust me. Didn't try it myself, but I'm sure it hurts. If you were to have your underwear twist and then you're wearing the underwear, that would suck. That would suck. It would suck. So now the next question is, we need this to go through a selection. Yeah. We need to feed it through a selection. We need to feed it through a selection because we need to feed a parameter through this, right? We need to feed a parameter through this for the different types of materials that we're going to have in here, right? So I do see an array here. Attendez. Hold on. Wait. Concatenates. Yes. Concatenates. Yes, of course, concatenates. Here we have the trigger. No. We need an array of an array. We need an array of an array. What was the what's the sound design like memo in terms of sounds that play constantly? What was it? Is it 3 sound effects? You need 3? Or is it 4? You need 4 to make it so they don't sound like they're repeating constantly? There's like some general advice of like, don't know. Thanks, guys. Thanks for the fucking help, man. Thanks for the help, guys. Jeez. I think the trigger select node is what you want, but not quite as convenient as the select nodes in Blueprint. Trigger select. It'd be nice if we can somehow set the array and then just have one play random one shot. Otherwise, if we do this, we'd have to have this copied and pasted multiple times. Not a good time. Not a good time. So we need like some sort of like trigger route. Hold on. Everybody hold on. No. Trigger. What if you use a random from array? I need to select the array. So I almost need this sounds array to be selected. Maybe this, nope, okay. What kind of things can I select from this? Nope. Okay, hold on. Nope. Essentially, the idea is can you even use a map in here? I don't think you can use a map in here. I don't think you can use a map. Can you use a map in here? There is a thing there's a wave table. Oh no, wave table's not what we want. Wave table bank asset. I don't think there's maps in here, unfortunately. There's a wavetable bank asset. Never tried that before. Let's try creating one real quick just to see what it looks like. It is a, this is quite literally where the fuck I am. Select the curve on the left to begin editing. Interesting. Interesting. No, I don't think this is it. This ain't it. This is not the droid I'm looking for. This is indeed not the droid I'm looking for. I can't delete this. Uh-oh. I, for some reason, cannot delete this. Okay, now I can. Okay, we're good. Save. Grim, I think you're cheating streaming to get us to do all your research for nodes. I'm on to you. I need advice from you. Should I learn Godot first, make a few mobile games, then when I have money and understand how games work, I plan to work on Unreal, or should I go straight to Unreal? Brother, you should just go straight to Unreal. Just go straight to Unreal. I would not even bother doing that. But, I don't know. It's, yeah. Also, thank you, Base Eater. We'll see. I have no idea. Right now, the core thing is I need to somehow do a select on an array based off of an int value. You need to use a map in the blueprint. Maybe I somehow send... What kind of parameters can I send through MetaSound? Let's see what kind of stuff I got exposed. There's an object array. So I could just send the array of sound effects to it. Could also use soft references in the blueprint to avoid loading all the sounds into memory. Yeah, but I think it's kind of inevitable that we are going to have them loaded constantly anyways, so it's probably better to just not load and unload constantly. so yeah. Yeah. That will definitely be a problem, though. Yeah, I don't think there's a select for arrays. We have this, which is an input. What is the difference between a variable and an input? Is there any difference between these two? I guess input means that is a constructor pin. Constructor pin. Is there a way to like play a meta sound differently than just play, like, obviously? Constructor sounds like it's expose on spawn. I could be wrong about that, but it almost sounds like an expose on spawn kind of thing. I don't know what my YouTube chat is saying. Guys, chill out. What do you Someone's getting rage baited or something. I don't know what's going on. How do you what's the proper spawning for a meta sound? Let me search it up real quick. U5 spawn meta sound. What's the node for spawning a meta sound correctly? Launch trigger parameter or execute trigger parameter. It might be a good idea that I don't constantly play the sound fresh. Maybe I actually put the sound effect directly onto the player character. Might be a good idea that I just put this thing on the player character. Because what they're doing is they're doing add audio component. Well, no, this is probably some random fucker who's doing this. Okay, let's see here. UE5 meta sounds. Let's just look at the documentation. It's time to look at the documentation. Surely they will have a section that shows how to spawn sound attached and then execute trigger parameter. Interesting. So they're just doing spawn a sound. Yeah, we just have to do spawn sound. Do we want to do attached or at location? I guess the sound would be attached. Yeah, that's fine. Sorry, I died. Attached to component. Well, fuck, man. I don't know. Mesh component? Location. Okay, that's probably what we're going to want because now that gives us an output of the created component slash thing. But obviously it's not a very good idea using this because this just means we are constantly creating new components and I don't know if they are auto destroying. They are, but you know, I don't know if those are Sound is the last thing you do for a game. We never reached this stage. Wrong. Sound is not the last thing you should be doing. Sound should be not the last thing you do, in my opinion. Blah, 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 blah. Maybe I can look at that. Yeah, I might look at this video. Maybe it has a section about the arrays, like how to maybe go about selecting arrays. You know, I know you might be trolling or memeing Ninja, but there are people that think that way. Unless maybe you're not trolling or memeing. Like, think about it. You have two, as a game dev, you have two senses you take advantage of. Two, just two. And saying, well, let's just put the second one, the one half of the senses that we could take advantage of. Let's just leave it for last. Let's just leave it for the last thing that we do. Okay, we're still spawning the sounds. So now I'm curious. I'm just curious. Trigger? Execute trigger parameter. Oh. Sound is always when my game slash prototype feel real. Yeah. I know how to play sound, but fine-tuning sound probably happens after I fine-tune visuals. This is not necessarily fine-tuning. This is me like playing a completely different sound based off of the surface that we're running on. I'm just using meta sound, which I'm just fucking don't know how to use meta sound. I could easily just use our old sound cue. I'm just curious what improvements meta sound has, if any, at all. So yeah, I'm not really fine-tuning it. I'm gonna be putting in different sounds in here. But yeah. I don't know how I feel about this right now, though. There's not really a select. We'd have to do an array of an array for this to work. But the problem is we don't really have an array of an array in here. And there's not really a select that I'd like. And this is not what we want. We could use start and end indexes. Like we could do that, but then we'd have to assume that all of these are the same lengths. So you see, what you would do in a queue is you'd have like, it would look ugly as hell. You would essentially have a whole bunch of fucking selects, and then you'd go through a crossfade by parameter, and then each thing would be its own thing, right? You'd have like a bunch of these hooked up into this, and like, I'm wondering if maybe with a meta sound, we can make it feel cleaner. Let me take a look quickly at, let me see if this video has anything useful. We could use an array, and then each one defines the length, and then we just check where at the length we are. A little psychotic, but, you know. Alternatively, let me go back to here. Set integer array parameter, set object array parameter. So object array parameter would probably be our way of audio parameter controller interface. Is this the correct? Yes, it is the correct thing. But then this, we don't want it to autoplay. Oh, fuck. There's no way of making this not autoplay? Wait. Wait. Uh-oh. You can't not autoplay this? So would I just replay it after setting all the variables? I don't know. I don't think this would... I swear there's a way of... I think we could maybe just replay it. But then it's possible that we end up playing it twice. Or maybe it would cut it and then set it. So, okay. We know that we're getting the right things from the surface types. Good, that's fine. Let's try this. We're gonna have an object array. So we need an object array. We'll try this real quick. Can we get the footstep sound to play using an object array? Let's see. Surface type. So we want an object array. Would that be a variable or an input? To set a parameter. So parameters Yeah, honestly, Deal Man, that probably will be the play. Especially considering how often this plays. So constantly spawning a bunch of components, not our best, not the best thing to do. So is this considered a parameter? Is this technically a parameter? What is a parameter? Is a variable a parameter? Let's look at the documentation real quick. Input explosion, in name explode. Well, it would technically be explosion, so they kind of were wrong. That I think the inputs do seem to be the parameters. Okay, if the footstep sounds play. Oh shit. Oh, I selected the queue, so of course it's not working. Okay, it works. Okay, it works. This shit works. Wait, okay, so, okay, hold on. Alright, okay. Alright, okay, well, it works. What the fuck? It works? And I don't even have to replay it. It's just playing it. Okay. So now all I have to do from here is do a select of the array and then select a bunch of different arrays based off the surface type. Doing it like this, and then we just do this, and then this could just be default, and then put that in here. Character has the SpongeBob squeaky boots. Literally what it is, dude. Literally what it is. Oh. Bask in the awesomeness that is Metasound, just gotta figure it out. It would be cool to do even more stuff in here. What are the last things you do for your game gameplay-wise? When I was working at AA, I had sounds turned off when developing. For my own work, so that's true. When I was doing contract work, I would also mute it. Because shit was fucking loud, for one. And two, it's just kind of distracting. Unless I was working with sounds. But for my own games, I really like to just look at everything from a big picture standpoint. What I should be doing from a gameplay standpoint is working on the gameplay. Working on the monsters, doing that stuff. I just like doing different stuff, man. Sometimes I just kind of like doing different things. Sometimes I don't. Dude, turn off this fucking elevator music. I'm going to go crazy. But I like doing a little bit of everything. I think sound effects go a really long way to do like contextual things. Like giving context to actions and inputs and whatnot. I feel like it's massive. It makes such a massive difference. It like gives context to so much that you do. So all of our footstep sounds are just going to play like this. Everything is going to happen through here. Only thing that really sucks is we are going to be keeping this in memory always. What does our size map look like for this? Currently 100 kilobytes, and that's just one sound type. That being said, the thing that is taking up the most space actually is just meta sound. The sound effects are actually just 3.9 kilobytes each. So if we can keep that up, I think we're okay. through 3.9 kilobytes times 5 is 19.5. How many sound types do we have that we're gonna try to maybe put in right now? Metal, which we technically already have, so this is technically metal. But I want a more metal-y sound. So we're probably looking at like 156 kilobytes. Are we looking at that right? 156 kilobytes? If we can keep all of the sound effects at that length and sound. That's not bad. Right? It's not great having all of them loaded in at once. That's fine. Right? All right, we'll find out. We'll find out how bad this becomes. Okay, so, well, the next goal is we just got to go find the sounds. We want a carpet sound. And we want to try to find a catwalk sound. Let's see if we can do it. Two things, catwalk sound and carpet. First, carpet. First up, carpet. Farts. Yes, of course. Farts. Of course, farts. Where's the footstep sound pack? If anybody sees F, or I mean footstep, please let me know. I'm in the market for footstep. Where the fuck? Where are thou? I literally installed all of them. It's in 2402. Oh, there it is. You're right. Good call. So we probably want fabric. Probably this one. I don't have it turned on because like if I turn this on and accidentally click on something that's so loud, you guys' ears are gonna go bing. What kind of sounds did I use though for this? Footstep metal walk. Oh, I used the walk sounds. I didn't use like the sprint. Yeah, whatever. So we got medium and light. Which one did I use? Did I use light or medium? Okay, let me just use this. Let's get Audacity open. And then we'll do a bit of this. No. Fuck. No, I want to drag the selection. How do you drag the selection? No. No. Stop. No. How do I... I'm going to freak out. Whatever. Fine. I swear there's a way of dragging the selection. Is there not a way of dragging the selection? Whatever. I swear there's a way. Hold on. Edit. Maybe not. So we just need 5 because we have 5 of the other one. Honestly, I don't think 5 is necessary. I think just like maybe 4 is probably necessary for like a repeated sound effect. Okay, let's see if I remember how to do export selected audio. So this is footstep metal walk. This is footstep carpet walk or fabric. I guess I should have called it fabric. Did I call it fabric? No, I think I called it carpet. I'm gonna be really pissed off at myself for that, aren't I? So that starts at 5. And then let's export that one real quick here. It's 4. 3. Two. And then 1. Okay. I'll leave this folder open because I'm going to need it later. You play sections of sound and meta, but that would be overcomplicated for what you need. I was literally thinking about that. I was like, what if we just have all the sound effects put into one wave file? But like, what's the benefit of that? What is the benefit of that at all? I think that would just cause so much more fucking headache. Like, I don't think we would benefit at all from doing that. You know, I really, sometimes thinking too much is actually a bad idea. Maybe we just think less. Maybe it's a good idea to think just less. Okay, so now we're just going to create a new array for carpet. And this will be the fabric walk. Where's 1? And now, ladies and gentlemen, we now have carpet. So now when we walk in here, so unfortunately, when you walk into a space that does not have a sound effect associated to it, it doesn't play the defaults, but that's okay. We can fix that later on in the future. Very easy with our array. But that's our fabric sound. So here's the thing that sucks. This sound pack not only has walking sounds, but also running, sprinting, and whatever sounds. Which kind of sucks for us. Now that you're a master of meta sounds, what are you working on? I am just making the footstep sounds play whatever physical material it's hitting. So the next thing would be catwalk sounds, but this does not have catwalk sounds. Yeah. So the main goal of this game, you and your friends have to keep a train running and survive various elements. I meant the game overall. Oh, I don't know. It's just sound, footstep sounds. Just the footstep sounds, basically. That's it. Okay. We don't have any proper catwalk footstep sounds here. I kind of want a little bit of something more metallic. So we need to play a new mix. It's time. for schedule 1. Hold on. Let me see if I could find like a footstep sound for metal. Like a really catwalky metal sound. I might have to look at a different sound pack for this one. I might have to look at a different sound pack for these kind of sounds. Because these aren't really the types of sounds I want. Yeah. Maybe I have a different pack for footstep sounds, actually. Wait, no, that's not it. No, flamethrower. Guns. I swear I had a pack of footstep sounds. Oh, those are guns. Do you have to find fuel and do repairs? Yeah, basically. So you go through the train in this spooky, mysterious train, find random objects to feed the furnace at the front of the train, and then periodically there'll be, as time goes on, more things will need to be repaired on the train, otherwise it starts slowing down and whatnot. So basically, as you thought. Pretty sure... Maybe I don't have a full-on footstep pack. In-game proximity chat? Oh yeah, of course. Of course. 100%. Resonic player, audio and music player, browser, and sample manager. I typically use, I have one that I use. I just haven't hooked up all of these packs to it. I should have to use it more. Not having any footstep sounds? I have footstep sounds. Well, actually, let me see if I have like a full-on pack for footstep sounds. I might not. Like, there's a human pack right here, which might have... No. There's an objects pack here. Might have some footstep stuff. Kind of, possibly. I don't know if Boom Library has... just a full-on footstep pack. Wait, there's a whole ass pack that I didn't install. Update 2312. Oh. It's got a whole section for footsteps. How many though? How many? Come on, show me how many. Don't fuck with me. How many? Leather boot heavy, leather boot light, leather boot medium, sneaker soft. You know, it's a good amount. It's a good amount, kind of. But is there metal? There's metal. There's metal. But is it the kind of metal that I want? Like a catwalk metal? I feel like catwalk metal has a different sound to it. Let's let me install this. Download. Continue. While we work on stuff, I guess we'll just have that in the background. Just go record yourself walking a metal. No, I think I'm gonna buy the pack that Half-Life uses and just use that for the fucking sound. So for the air duct, we could probably just use this one as well for that. I believe that's the correct one. It should be at least. Oh wait, no, it's using metal. This one's fine for metal. Let's just hook up the metal for catwalk for now. No, I want like a really clangy kind of metal sound, which, let's see, Thinwick. See if Thinwick, if I had a... I probably used different sounds that were in there for footstep sounds. Yeah. I think I had a different pack, which I don't think it's in the project. Yeah, I don't think it's... Or maybe it is. Well, hold on. Let me see here. It's a part of the... Maybe I just add that sound. The Pro Sound Collection. Yeah, that's the one. Maybe I just add the Pro Sound Collection to this pack, to this project as well. Because that has like a nice metally sound that I want for the catwalks at least. That's a lot of packs. I got a lot of been investing in audio. I invest in audio. You can't go wrong with investing into audio or sound effects because as long as the license is a permanent license, you could just literally use it for all of your games. Okay, we don't need that anymore. I might just hook up, let me open up my Epic Games launcher. Let's see here. Sound library. I got the ancient game sound effects. I don't think those have metal sounds. I do have this other pack with footstep sounds. Let me see if it sounds good. Oh. Oh, right. That pack has some good sounds. I have one right here. Does this one have footstep sounds? I don't think this has footstep sounds, does it? I found one pack that has a good Metal sounds. Am I really gonna add this to the project just to fucking get these metal sounds? Sure. Sure, fuck it. Please don't fuck up my entire project. Thank you. Don't fuck up on my defaults. I heard a horror story where, like... I should double check. I'm going to double check what I just did. Someone, like, added a pack to their project and it reset everything because the pack was apparently, like, not set up properly. Okay, this one's an asset package. Thank goodness. So it shouldn't change all of my defaults randomly out of the blue. Out of the blue. Monka fucking W. Yep. You got that right. Okay. So this added footstep sound with a bunch of blueprints that I don't give a shit about. The only thing I care about are the footstep sounds. I just care about the footstep sounds. See, there's like a bunch of jumping sounds too. Okay, so metal. That's what we like. All right, let's grab all these. I guess we just grab this entire pack and just throw it into the folder. Because we got some wood in here too, and honestly, that's all I need. Yeah, you know what, yeah, you know what. Put this thing in the folder. Put it in the folder. You're about to load 60 assets. Yeah, just do it. And then delete the rest of the folder, because I don't give a shit about these other things. Female, what's the difference? Oh, it sounds like with heels. Yes. Whatever. I don't need it. Alright. Delete the entire folder. Goodbye. I don't need you. Goodbye. You make your own sounds? That's awesome. I can't do that. I'm stupid. I have started, anytime I buy anything in Boom Library, I also get the construction sounds, and then that allows me to if at some point I want to start gandering and trying to edit sound effects, then I can start doing that. Is this one done installing? Nope. Even though, like, now we kind of have all the sounds we need. For now, at least. For now. Almost done? Jump female start 4 is in use. Gonna be honest with you. It's not in use. Damn it, UE5, why you gotta fucking... What, this is a joke. Am I gonna have to, like, fix up redirectors or something? Is like... what the heck? Should have deleted from Windows Explorer? I'm thinking about it. And now it works? Oh, you... Oh, fuck off, Unreal. Oh, you piece of shit. You fucking piece of shit. Oh... What this garbage ass fucking thing, man? It's in use. It's in use. No, it's not. I just deleted it. It's gone now. Oh. It sounds like you putting down like a wool block in Minecraft. I kind of like that sound better than the one that we came up with. No, that one sounds like you're literally walking in fluff. How about concrete? Yeah, generic. That's okay. But the metal. Now that sounds like catwalk. That's exactly what I want for my catwalk. Nice, juicy metal sound. I really love having to scroll down for this. Big fan, huge fan. All right. Ah! There you go. Cool, huh? Although, I will say, the one thing we should modify is based off of the speed of the player character, we should modify the volume of the sound being loaded in. And that'll be a quick way to kind of do some stuff there. So, get the owner of this, velocity, vector length, let's do X, Y. Map range clamped. I'm always surprised at how much audio does for a game. Guys, I'm telling you, audio does a lot for a video game. So we do 60 to 600. Let's do 100 to 600. We'll do 0.5 to 1. Or 0.4 to 1. No, even quieter. 0.2. Cool. Like what is missing? You notice it's missing, but when it's there, you don't notice it? I don't know, man. Just sound effects add so much life to something that can seem so basic. It just gets really, really quiet when you're inside of a thing. I think it's just because the metal sound is so fucking loud. These metal sounds are pretty loud in comparison to all of our other sounds. I don't know if I can change the sound volume of just one singular thing. I don't think there is a way. Like, we can maybe try. Like, let's try setting 0.6 for all of these. I don't know if that will transfer on over. Don't think it will, but worth a try. I implemented controller feedback before adding a sound. Well, you're at least using one of the sort of optional senses that players use, which is touch. But, you know, sound is one of the ones where most people will be able to take advantage of that, especially like PC players and stuff like that, whatnot. Games are just, yeah, they're an audio-visual experience. Yeah, I kind of wish the other sounds were normalized, because now the metal just sounds so loud. Like, maybe it's okay for it to be loud, but I don't want it to be too loud. It's like this, though. Oh, I don't have one in here. Anyways, everything has this generic sound. But can you imagine if everything had like a little bit of a different sound? Like the fire extinguisher had a metallic fire extinguisher sound? Ding 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 ding, you know, kind of sound. This currently sounds basic because it's just the fire extinguisher sound. We have to give it an actual like cranking noise. Cool. Well, we have the basics and beginnings of all this stuff. Let's get, let's put wood in this room just so we can get some kind of look for wood. I did get the crank to work. I did, the most part. For the most part, I did. Well, the games have wiggly backpacks like Rooted. God. Did that game come out, by the way? Good, Atlas. Also, what's good? Not that much, man. We're just doing a little bit of sound effect stuff. No, I'm pretty sure they're just busy making them wiggle even more. Ah, of course. Ah, yes, of course. Did you fix the sound stuff in Unreal? We're actually doing some sound stuff. We made it so when you open and close the door, there's an actual like level of adjustment on the reverb. Going deeper into the cabin. It's not perfect. There's still some stuff we need to do to it. Because you can be right here and it'll stay occluded. So we need to do multiple traces. But if you're standing here, and then you close the door. Am I using raycasted occlusion for that, or just trigger boxes? This is technically just a trigger box that then triggers the actual calculating, or the ray traces and whatnot. But it's just a audio volume, typical audio volume. But right now we're just working on different material types for the floors. So this one, we're gonna re-import that cabin real quick. Because I've now associated a different material with that one floor. We're going to use the default Unreal wood floor. Maybe not that one. Maybe not that one. Please hold. Okay, good enough, whatever. Let's go in here. We need to associate the physical material to it, which is wood. Good to go. First time I realized how much quality sounds are important was in Myst. They recorded real sounds and most quality way possible at that time. Even today, sounds from that game are top notch. There's something extra about like well thought out sound effects. There is something very, very nice about that. Oh, right. Whoops. I forgot to hook up the wood. Also, in here, let me put the train shake. Let me put that in here. Even though we technically don't want it to shake. We're gonna change all of that, okay? Don't you worry. We're gonna change all that. We need to hook up the wood. So this is the only downside of this. Is having to do this ugly looking thing. I don't really know if there's any way around it though. Maybe a map variable rather than just a bunch of selects, maybe? Or just, I don't know. Maybe we set these to variables instead. Maybe data assets. Yeah, could do that. Could do data assets. Yeah, the carpet sound is our sound that we imported. This is the other pack, but man, it's loud. Quite loud. Cool. Anyways, good little progress for some footstep sounds. It's just really loud. That's my only problem with it. Is this done? Yeah, it is done. Let's see. Let's see what these sound effects sound like. 2312. I'm curious what these sound like. You guys aren't going to be able to hear this. Hmm. Ooh. There's some good sounds here for like... Yeah. Hmm. What does a sneaker sound like for metal? I'm curious. What's the difference? Not much different. I think the wood sounds better in the pack, but oh well. Moving on, moving on. Only problem is like when we get in here, we hear like nothing because it's so quiet. Like we could, what is that playing? Oh, it's playing the traditional metal. Like what if we play this instead? Yeah. We could probably play this, but... Yeah, we're gonna have to normalize these sound effects. Maybe we can normalize in meta sound. Can you normalize in meta sound? That could be kind of crazy. Wait, that could be fucking crazy. Normal. What would be what would be the term for normalize? What would be the term for normalizing? Compressor? Would we use a compressor? It wouldn't be a compressor. Map range clamped. Ah, yes, of course. Like, I don't know if that'd be for sound. Let me add for sound. Compressors. Oh my god, it's not going to play it because it doesn't have a sound effect associated. Can I just add something in here? Oh, fuck. Or no. Guess we could just unhook that real quick. And then hook up... Oh, could I just do this? I guess I could have just done that, huh? Rather than moving it to a variable. Here, let's just unhook this real quick. And then add wood. What? What? Oh, I added wood to the input, not to the sound. Okay. So how do you use a compressor? What footstep asset pack are you using? Different types. There's one called footstep sounds with blueprint. I just ripped out just the sounds. And then whatnot. Like this. Thank you. How do we... Amplitude threshold above which gain will be reduced? -6. 1 equals no reduction. Higher equals more reduction. So 2. So we want both a compressor and a limiter? How can I tell if this is being like if anything's being done to it? Okay. Okay. Let's see if that makes it sound a little bit more upwards compressor. Interesting. Oh wait, hold on. It's not feeding this. I think it is doing a pretty good job. It's not as loud. What about the metal? Yeah, that's good. And then I think we probably want to adjust this anyways, but it's fine. It's at least not letting this shit be really loud. Really loud. Huh? Set the dB value above which compression starts. Negative 10 decibels. Is this also increasing sound, though? I feel like it's only decreasing sound. You know what I mean? I feel like it's only decreasing sound. I don't think it's increasing. Just boost the incoming sound and then add a limiter at the end. I guess we could do that. How do you boost this? Gain? So we've increased the volume by 30%. Ideally, the compressor should compress it. Chat, I'm going to lower the volume on your guys' end. This might cause it to peak, though. Eh, it's good enough. Whatever. Surely nothing will go wrong. Surely nothing will go wrong, right? Surely, right? Surely. Be funny if you end up with a game that sounds like Tarkov. No, I just want So I think something that's important about the footstep sounds is I think I also want to kind of associate them with the monsters as well. So if you start like recognizing like the sound of things, like footstep sounds, you know, on wood, you know what I mean? Like then players can start learning that stuff. So there is a little bit of a gameplay correlation as well to some extent. But, yeah. Their audio engine is the worst I've ever heard. It's pretty rough. Also doesn't help that different pairs of headphones provide different fucking levels of quality of sound. It's an interesting mechanic, but honestly, fucking stupid. And now, the multiplayer test. So, everything should be hearing from the server. No, we're gonna definitely use a difference. The crouching isn't even using its own animation yet. I don't know if the footstep sounds have the ambient. Let's do that actually. But I don't know if the exterior... No, the exterior volume should be edited by that. Let's see here, hold on. I'll set that to ambience, even though it technically wouldn't be ambience, it'd be sound effect, but I'm curious. The footstep sounds are being affected by the ambience. Almost like it's no longer in the zone. Okay, there we go. I also think the footstep sounds are affected by occlusion as well. These are being doubly occluded. Let's hear the metal outside. Okay, low passed. I don't think I have any jumping and landing sounds yet. Okay, cool. I think that's sounding pretty good. That's sounding really good. I'm happy with that. We could do some adjustments. I think it would be cool to be able to hear like More of the metal sounds outside. It's hard to shake in this here. How many players can the game support? Does it depend on the server? It might depend on the server, but I think we're gonna try to aim for 5 as being our like target point. Target point will probably be 5 players total. Yeah. Anyways, I'm gonna go. 4-hour stream. Let's try to keep this up for the next week. 4 to 5 hour streams. Yes, yes. Very good. Yes, very good. I'm working. Overtime. Might work a little bit more off stream. I don't know. We'll see. I'm hungry. So I'll see you guys later. Have a great weekend. Did we finish anything on our list? The real-time audio volume diffusion is like halfway done. Yeah, we did a bunch of stuff that like technically doesn't have a task, but whatever. I don't care. I'm happy. I'm happy, and happy is all that matters. Okay, goodbye. Have a great weekend. Thank you. And have a great weekend. Yeah. I'm gonna go eat. I'm hungry. Okay. Goodbye.